Yeah. Yeah, Nocron. Oh, yes. I mean, keep in mind, so I generally don't do, oi, um, sorry, I generally don't do, oh, butterflies. Mimic, I prefer other tiers. But yeah, the Mimic tank would be pretty decent here. I do too. There are certain fights that I'm not sure they're very good at, but I prefer Telu personally. Although usually I play casters with a melee type. I'm not nearly as... I don't find it to be nearly as interesting, anyway. Holy cow. That was one mean dude. I haven't played it. Don't really have an opinion, I guess. It just looks like this game that's random. Which, you know, that's fine. If you like it, like it. The thing is, it's not the... You know, it's not the combat that I love about this game. It's the environment. So, if they didn't change the environment, which is my understanding, it doesn't seem like it's that big a deal. Another larval tier. Yay. Alright. Oh, yeah. Elden Ring's great. Obviously, I'm playing it. Yeah. Anything up over here? There's an edge of a building. Anything hiding back here? Butterflies. Okay. I'm gonna have to fight myself. I may as well pepper myself with arrows. Oh, there. Here. Here. I'll hit myself with this now. Why not? It's gonna recharge anyway. I love the fact that he just keeps rolling around. Good lord. That hurts. Man, this guy doesn't jump around. Just spear. It's got an Ash of War on it. That's what gives it the effect. Once the fight's over, I'll pull it up. No! It's like a mini millennia. Boy. No! Ah, yeah. I'm streaming. Oh, yeah. Alright. Tier silver mask. Okay. Alright, so what I'm using is a pike, actually. Let me, I'll show you the ash that's on there, too. So what I have is blood tax. So that's that shung 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 that it does, and then heals back is blood tax. Is what I'm using, and then with blood, because I actually want the blood buildup. So it's a pike. I guess is the actual official. Huh. Not sure why I got that, but okay. Alright. I'm not going to be very inventive for this part. Not whatnot. I am streaming on YouTube, as well as streaming on Kick, Twitch, and TikTok. Oh, 300 something on this character. Oi. Oh, don't want to be involved in that. Oh no. There we go. You like that? I've got 2 lit. Need to get the 3rd one. Oh. One back here somewhere. Can't help but to loot everything. It's a compulsion. It's a need. There it is. That's 3. Kissed Herba. Oi! Ooh, horns, furs, leggings. Let's see here. Let's do this. Oh. Put most of those in the bank. Oi! What's going on, logs? Castle Sol. What's that? You need help with, what's his name? Logs, you there? Man, those are some persistent rats. I already have this stuff down there, so I don't really care about that. There's gotta be... I'm trying to think where... There should be one more. I swear I always forget. The last one is. Is that one? I don't think there's one back here. Yeah. Before I get too deep into here, I want to pick up this. This is crazy. Where did I forget one? I think what kills me is the fact that I seem to always forget a different one. Wait. Oh, they are all lit. All lit, right? One, two, yeah, should all be lit. Why didn't I get the message? What, did I miss the message? Well, anyway. There we go. That's weird. All right. So, which... Gotta love good marionette soldier. Yeah, let's see how they do. gonna melt him down. Marionette soldiers, man. Oh, nice, Sykes. What is up with this guy? There we go. That's the way. Uh-huh, uh-huh. There's actually, so the weird thing about that is that if you're going hard mage, there's actually not a lot of stuff to gather. There are very few items that actually make a significant difference, at least for like the armor and stuff that you wear. There are individual items that have particular value. For example, if you roll with frost damage, getting the hat is good for that. But there's actually surprisingly few items. I mean, even Renalia's hat is only worth 1 int. It's kind of crazy, actually. Oh, actually, I got too much crap again. There's a reduced set. I'm gonna bet it's adequate, and we're gonna switch to these arrows. Hey, Voodoo. Doing all right. How about you? Um, yes, except you want to be able to wield a weapon that's good enough for finishing, which a small weapon will do, but you want to be able to. There are times when you want to preserve FP, so you want to be able to backstab something, or because backstab will do a ton. Like if you have a misery cord, it's great to have that available main hand, so you can walk up and backstab something and just do a ton of damage. You missed. I missed twice. What's up with that? Those guys both just run off. I think they did. Ah, it's funny. If you're going for caster build, what spells are you normally casting with? Like, do you have a preference, gravity, or whatever? So, do you have the meteorite staff? Are you using it as your main staff? Okay, so this may be helpful, this may not be, but I figure I'll point it out. So if you notice, let's see, I don't have the meteorite staff on me, but I can still explain what I want to explain. So see how, oh, I can't use this. Why sorcery scaling's okay. See for each one of these how there's a sorcery scaling stat right here, right? That's, you only get that from your main hand. So whatever staff you have, you want the highest sorcery scaling value in your main hand. If you notice here, for Staff of the Guilty, this does boost Thorn Sorcery. Forget the Blood Loss buildup. That's only when you hit with it. So this boosts Thorn Sorcery. The Furnace Golem? Yes. So this boost Thorn Sorcery will do whatever 8%, 10%, whatever extra damage that it does specifically for Thorn Sorcery. That's what the Meteorite Staff does for Gravity Sorcery, right? So if you put that in offhand, you still get that bonus. So if I put, for example, this staff main hand, and I use it to cast Thorn Sorcery, it'll do whatever damage 125 scaling does plus this boost. But if I put this staff main hand, it'll do more damage. And then if I put this offhand, I'll get the boost. So 2 staves is actually better than 1 if you can specialize to a particular type. The scaling offhand is irrelevant. The passive effect is the only thing that matters. So if you have a better staff main hand with a higher scaling, use that main hand and then use your gravity, the gravitational staff offhand. But don't cast with it. Cast with main hand. You get the bonus regardless. If you cast with the offhand, you're using the scaling of your offhand. You don't want to do that. Anyway, I hope that's helpful. So when Voodoo, when you ask that, do you mean did I kill them in the are you asking if I killed them in the, like, when I was in the zone? Sorry, I'm trying to interpret what you're really asking, I guess. Wait, the furnace golem? You always get the scaling, but you only get the scaling for the staff that you use. So if you use your main hand to cast and you have a staff in your main hand, you get main hand scaling. If you use the offhand staff and you cast, you get offhand scaling. But if you have a damage bonus on your offhand, you get it no matter what. That's why you two staff. So I would carry the Carrion Regal Scepter main hand, and that was plus 10 because it's the second highest scaling that you can get. And then offhand, I would either have the Meteorite Staff or the Magma Staff, or Lava Staff, I think it's called, depending on what spell that I was using to get the damage bonus for that particular magic type. That's when I was going with a pure caster build. Now keep in mind, early game, Meteorite Staff is the highest scaling, so using it one-handed main hand, that's the best bet. Once you can upgrade a staff high enough, that's when you'll be able to use the other one. Yeah, what I do is since using the melee weapon is secondary to my casting generally, I will put the Moonveil and the Carrion Regal Scepter both main hand, and I'll alternate between them depending on what I'm doing, and then offhand I'll have whatever's giving me the bonus. Having said that, I think you have to have like 80 int and 80 faith to make that as good as Carrion Regal Scepter. You have to be super high level for that. The Carrion Regal Scepter plus 10 is the highest you can reasonably get at any, like, below level, like 250 or something. It's the way to think about it is this: assuming you're casting with your main hand, whatever your highest scaling is, put that main hand. Scaling will almost always be superior. Offhand is what you want to put your bonus staff, the one that bonus damages for the actual spell that you're using. And again, level 43, you probably just want to use Meteorite Staff. I doubt that you're able to level anything up high enough. Let me get to someplace where I can camp. I'll kind of show you. Like that. Yeah, that's if you're level 630. There, let me. All right. All right, staff-wise. Okay. So the deal is this: if you look at my, I have a Carrion Regal Scepter at 10. Because my int isn't high enough, I can't show you what the actual scaling, the sorcery scaling is, but it's like 423 or something. The scaling on the Meteorite Staff is like 192, something like that. It is this staff, I think, Prince of Death Staff. Because it scales int and faith, both, if you get them to 80, so if your int is at 80 and your faith is at 80, the scaling factor on this staff will actually be higher than it will than the Carrion Regal Scepter, which is as high as you can get. The Carrion Regal Scepter boosts full moon sorcery, so if you cast the moon spell, it's a good one to have just for that anyway. But if you notice, like, Staff of Loss is good for invisibility, Gelmir Glintstone is good for lava, etc. So what you do is you look for these that provide the bonus that you want. Now, caution, the stuff like Lusat's, notice it doesn't have it listed under passive effect, and same with Azur's Glintstone. You have to use those to cast the spell, is my... Whenever I've gone to test this, that's what I've found. You have to actually... yes, Meteorite Staff boosts Rock Sling. This one. It boosts Gravity Sorcery. So, it is... If you're playing a caster, and Rock Sling is, like, your bread and butter, which it, like, totally is most of the time, you do something like this main hand and this offhand. But at level 43, you're not going to have any staff that's going to be better than Meteorite Staff. So you can just stick with that. There's no reason to have a staff offhand if it doesn't give you a bonus. Sorcery scaling, none of that matters. Only the bonus matters. I hope that's helpful. Oh. Uh-oh. It doesn't, only if... I'd have to look to see. But if the Demi Staff doesn't provide any particular bonus, yeah, it's not going to do you any good offhand. Oi. Oh, he got me. Bastard. cow. Yeah, let me gather this last item up here. I don't think there's any more guys to fight. I seem to remember there being... Demi staff has a use. I'm trying to remember what it is. Give me a sec. Oh, I've got it over here. Demi... This is the one you're talking about? Yeah, Demi-Human's not going to have any use. It doesn't boost anything. So, but you can boost it up. It actually boosts very nicely, if I remember correctly. So, if you boost it, get it to plus 23 or whatever, it'll be better scaling than the Meteorite Staff. So you can do that main hand and then Meteorite offhand. So my usual caster, the way I'll normally do caster builds, well, again, it depends on the kind of spells that you're casting. The Demi-Human is a good staff once you level it up. All staffs have the same issue. The only staff, the staff that is an early game absolute standout is the Meteorite Staff. You cannot level it beyond where it is, but it starts the equivalent to like a half max level kind of staff. So if you've already got the Meteorite Staff and you're below like level 80 maybe, again, depending on how fast you're playing the game, I wouldn't focus on anything else unless there's if there's a spell type that you're like, I really like these spells, then look for the staff that has that as a bonus and go after that. But depending on what they are, it could be very difficult to get. If you like Rocksling, if that's your bread and butter, you've already got the staff for it. So I would wait until you can get the Carian Regal Scepter and level that up. That's my opinion. But that requires, I think, 80 int. That's a big bump. Night Comet is an invisibility spell, so yeah, there is a staff that works well with invisible. Staff of Loss, maybe? Again, I gotta go look at the list. I don't remember them all. Let me see. Staff of Loss, yeah. So Staff of Loss is good for Night Comet. So this is the one that you'd want. And Gelmir Glintstone is the one for that you use. So many people try and jump off there. Is the one that you use for magma or lava sorcery. I'm never able to push this guy off. It's funny. Oi. Let's go. So I get for engaging it right there. No. Staff of Loss is not DLC. In fact, not many of these stabs are, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure where... Just trying to think where Staff of Loss comes from. Oh, man. This guy hits so hard. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can't withstand his attacks a little bit better. I don't think so. I always hate these guys. Crucible Knights are obnoxious. Oh, dang it. Nope, I'm trying to dive roll. Come on. Ah. Man. That guy's rough. Phew. Oh, that guy's worse. Oi. Alright. Oh, you mean for something to do while I'm fighting these guys? Yeah. Oi. Yeah, that was badly done. Come on, come on, come on. Give me stab. Here we go. Alright, sorry. Like police does. Yes, so the what I'm using is a pike, just for the range, and then the specific thing is I'm using a specific Ash of War that turns that stab into the special is that jung 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 heals. Do I get it? I do. Not that I need order healing, but I feel compelled. Hey, George. So the reason, by the way, that I'm using the fingerprint shield and not the vertigious is the fingerprint shield, I can put the no skill Ash of War on it, so I can use the alternate or the heavy attack for special attack. Ooh. Oh, shnikey. Are there more coming? Yeah, the bleed buildup is actually pretty big on this. Alright, about to get into a fight. And I do not want marionette soldiers on this one. Who do I want? I'm always tempted to go with Telu. So there's the shields that provide bleed only cause bleed when you attack with the shield. It's not like if you stand there defending yourself, they'll eventually beat themselves into bleed, which is actually a bummer. This is, yeah, this has been interesting. Honestly, it's kind of boring, but it is interesting. Hey, Lou. Do I really want Telu? Yeah. Oh. I was apparently not paying attention to poison. Interesting. Holy cow. This guy hits hard. His buddy shows up, I'm in trouble. Ah. Yep. I'm in trouble. Nope, nope. Oh. This is a slow grind build, and this is not a slow grind fight. Yeah. Oh boy. Let me think. cow. Man, these guys just don't... I think they're immune to bleed. Absolutely. It's not always obvious what it is. There are a number of magic types, and different bosses and mobs have vulnerabilities and such to particular magic types. Like right now, I am presently regretting not changing my spell setup. I'm trying to figure out which of these guys is going to make the most difference in this particular fight. I'll give Taylor a try. Maybe he can keep him knocked? I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure something out. The problem is that, oh, maybe... for giggles. This build is not designed for any of this. What do you mean? Like God Slayers? Oh, thank you, Levi. Alright. Correct application, correct weapon. real secret behind Telu is this. Watch his health. See how much each heal does? Normally healing creatures doesn't get you that much from healing your helpers. But Telu, his incredible hit point actually comes from damage reduction, not from him actually having a lot of hit points. That's what I thought. What? Yeah, I just needed... Telu's really good at keeping the attention of bad guys. Alright. There we go. Oh, well, thank you. Well, a couple of new games and would tend to agree with you, but I don't really look at it too much like that. Yes, resting in coffins is always a good idea. I always thought this was crazy. Not only that, but yes, put the lid on. How crazy is that? This is actually going to be rather obnoxious. Though, I'm wondering... I'm curious. I never use these, the witching branches. I wonder if I can bewitch any of those ants. I'm doing something absolutely crazy right now, by the way. Oh. Those ants really did a number to this guy. Look at that. They did. They killed him. Wow. Wow. That fight's normally really hard. Okay. Note to self. Bewitching Branch. Do not belittle the Bewitching Branch. That was pretty cool. I mean, I've seen other people use them, and I've tried to use them in the past, but I always got it wrong. Apparently, there's a way that you use it. Yeah, there's really, there's, when it comes to, I don't know if they're craftable, actually. I kind of doubt it, but I suppose maybe? Oh, yeah, they're craftable. You need Michaela's, oh, I can make a lot of them. Um, this must be from, yeah, Empyrean Blood Burgeon. Yeah, this must be from DLC. But Bewitching Branch, um, you can find some of them, but yeah, I guess you can craft them. I hadn't looked before. Oh, poor horsey. Know your audience. By the way, if you want to know where to get, oh, any specific ending? I hadn't thought of it actually. Come to think of it, these runes. So many runes. Oh, so much runage. So I've done Fia's ending. I've done Frenzied Flame. I've done Ronnie's ending, the night, Endless Night, or whatever it's called. I've done. Oh, what's this? Oh, nice. Legendary spell. These guys are all kinds of mad. Oi. Right there. Oi. Oh, that's so irritating. Oh, come on. Jeez. So I don't actually care about this big giant field of stuff. There's a limit to my willingness to just slow kill stuff. Oh, I've been here before. Sorry, I got focused. I'm not sure. Dung Eater's ending is just, like, seriously offensive. I'm not sure I can ever bring myself to do that ending, just out of sheer, like, grossness factor. As for, Sacred Flame. What's a Sacred Flame ending? I should look up the other endings. No, that wasn't intended to at all to say that I don't think it is. That wasn't. I genuinely believe that that could very easily be an ending. It might be perfect order, maybe. Not sure. All right, that gets me here. That'll get me to Lake of Rot eventually. What I really want to do is go back and talk to Ronnie. I've done most of the endings on various playthroughs in the past. For this one, I've done Endless Night, Frenzied Flame, and...
not believing in my... It is in thy... My thanks soon must... My strange... I am certain I must thank you. May leave. It was but... What I too am...
Yeah. Frenzied Flame... Go verify that she's gone. She is gone. It looked cool. That's it. Nothing fancy. It just looked like it was a fun game. So one of the things that I did was, years back I played EverQuest way too much. And then I transitioned over to World of Warcraft, which I also played way too much, but not nearly as badly as EverQuest. And then when I left World of Warcraft after Wrath, I found that the anything after Wrath was lame, or I didn't enjoy it. It just wasn't the game that I liked playing anymore. There we go, Miniaturani. I love that. Seek a lovable sort.
Oh, or is it me? Fine. I hadn't expected. But now the perform, eliminate the name of. I will not. Perform, eliminate the name of. I will not. Perform, eliminate the name of. I will not.
All right. Where was I? Oh yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna make a few changes. I'm gonna get to that. Hold on, don't want that polluting my stuff. God, I love the range on that spell. At least they can bleed. All right. So after World of Warcraft, I just kind of ran the gambit of various games, just in an effort to find something interesting. And ultimately, this is one of those games that I picked up. Oh, I went back and I played Pandera expansion briefly, but that was about it. There we go. Man, this guy just does not want to get. Oh, you got it, you got it, you got it. Alright, you got it. Yep. Man, I cannot get the rot built up on this guy. Jeez, that's disappointing. All right. There. Hold on. There. And we go back to that guy. All right, that'll work. Code Vein? I have not. crazy, huh? Let's go down this way first. Oh, there should be a... Just trying to keep the healing up. Anyway, I did go back and play Classic WoW for a little while. But again, quit same time, same reason. What is that, madness? Good lord. What's over here? I guess it's down here. Anyway. Yeah, I played Classic, and then they made exactly the same stupid design decision they did the first time around. Most people I knew quit. And I'm sure other people finally started playing, but no thank you. Come on. There we go. Jeez. So difficult. This thing just does not want to build up rot. What is up? I think they'd be immune to it. Oh, now it builds up. Now he's finally rotting, like almost a full bar of health. Yeesh. Smithing. Ah, rats. Not a huge thing, but ooh. As soon as I hit that edge, couldn't stop, but I knew it was gonna happen. Ooh. Ah. All right. The big guys are gone. It's the only stuff I really care about. That was funny. Yeah, fundamentally, game makers tend to cater to the wrong customers. It may sound kind of like a bold statement, but they really do. Perhaps that's a bit of an idealist point of view. Oh. There we go.
Is some custom well?
How long has it been? It depends on how you're trying to play it. If you're in a place where the casters are higher level than you, you're at a big disadvantage. Part of it's playing smart, which took me about 100 levels to figure out. Some of these encounters are just easier if you just blast your way through groups of them. Yeah, in a place like the Academy, it should be cross. Things like the Academy, there are times that you just need to use melee, you know, get those backstabs in. Oh, I'm in new game 3. So right now I'm going through Ansel River. I don't know if that means much to you, but... So, Sacred isn't going to do you much good in the Academy. In terms of, like, being successful there. It's... You should pick your... Sacred is good for undead. And you're just not going to get a lot of that, if any at all, in the Academy. When you go to set up your Ash of War, couple of things to think about. I don't think most people realize what one particular item is for. So, I think they're key items. Yeah. See these whetstones? These are what let you put new affinities on other Ashes of War. So, as you gain... I have a weapon I can put an Ash of War on. Here. This... Blood Pike. So, I can pick any of these Ashes of War, right? Let me actually Ash of War something else. Here, Misery Cord. So, if you look at my stats, right, I've got a ton of Arcane, a ton of Endurance, Vigor. I don't have... Strength is probably my best offensive stat, but Arcane is where my biggest chunk of numbers are, right? So, if I'm looking at how to do the most damage with my Misery Cord, if you look at... So, the Ash of War I have it is Impaling Thrust. It doesn't really matter which one. See how I have all of these affinities that I can pick from? The reason I can pick those is because I have those whetstones. And you'll just collect them if you're just picking up everything in the game. If not, if you're skipping everything you can, you have to go out and find where those whetstones are and grab them on purpose. So, by putting Sacred on there, which is what it has now, it's Strength E, Dex E, Faith D. Right? So, there's no particular thing that makes it super strong. So, what it is that makes Sacred special is the fact that it does holy damage. Right? But let's say I pick Occult. Notice Occult, for example, cranked up... Let me go back. Occult cranks up my Arcane. Well, my Arcane stat is very high. Right? So, since my Arcane is very high, I'm going to get more damage out of this Arcane than I will from the Strength or the Dex. So, if I went the other end, Heavy is a Strength-based one, right? So, Strength is B. Notice it's 206 plus 148. So, that's going to be 354, I think. If I go down and I look at the Occult setting, 198, 222... right, there's 420, and then crit applies. So Arcane scaling is what's going to crank this number up as much as it is. So when you look at what each of these are going to do for you, right, you can literally add up those numbers and see which number is best. And then there's the, because you have it, it does a thing. So Fire doesn't use Faith, but Flame Art does. So if you're a heavy user of Faith, you want to use Flame Art instead of Fire, for example. That's what gets you these attribute scaling, right? The rest of these, it's the actual special that it has. So if a mob is particularly vulnerable to lightning or holy damage or poison or whatever. That's why you might pick some of these. And then there's, of course, the passive effect, which is if you do poison, it'll do poison buildup as you stab stuff. I am not interested in content for my channel. So generally speaking, a cold is an int-based one. So if you don't want just magic, you can go cold, which is a more balanced intelligence-based one. And if you're doing like a cold build, this is the one that you want. So I would suggest on that Morning Star, you look at what your stats are and figure out which of these makes more sense. And the only time you don't pick one is because that one in particular is not useful where you are. Nothing there is particularly invulnerable to magic, so magic's not a bad choice. But there's no reason to pick Sacred, except if you know you're going into a place with undead and it does extra damage or even prevents them from regenerating. Just FYI. So I changed mine to Occult so that I get the added bonus, right? If I went to Heavy, I go from... What did I say? That's 340, 354. And this gets me to 420. 420. Now, the reason Misery Chord, by the way, is this, critical. My largest critical against a Wicker Man, to be fair, with a Misery Chord is like 140,000 damage. Criticals. It's the way to go, man. Anyway. Now, where was I? Immunizing Horn Charm. God. I don't know how many of those I have now. This is just a view, if I remember correctly. Formic Rock. Get some butterflies and a view. Look at that. A giant lake of rot. Ugh. Soap is actually very important in this game, by the way. Surprise! Bastards putting this here. Melted mushroom. Oh, Birdman. No. Ancient Draconic Warrior. Shield. And... there we go. Boy. Ha ha! What? Aw, bye. Now the problem is I want to go down. This happens to me every time. How do I get down there? I think I have to go this way. I know that I have a choice. Guess we'll find out in a second. Yes, this is all underground. So the underground is broken up into a number of different places. So I'm running around Ansel River. There's also Deeproot, and there's Siofra. I think there's technically one more, but this is the only stuff that shows. Oh, and this right here. This is everything that actually shows up on the map. Oh, goodness. Okay. That was a good stretch. This game is huge. It's what makes it worth the money. I very much prefer playing games to completion and enjoying all the stuff that you can do. This guy's still chasing me down. All right. Oh, grab attack. How to heal. There we go. I'm pretty close to enough to level. So, Michael, here's the thing. Forget underground for a minute. This is the area that you should be hanging out in, is this section right here. This is the goodness right here. If you've beaten the bosses in this castle, then you're ready to be in this area. But this is where things get a little bit more sketchy. I would just roll through the edges. You can see all the stuff that I've marked on my map. I haven't even revisited them. But you can go through this whole area and do all the various things that there are to do. There's this set right here, for example. There's an opening here that lets you get into this area. And if you can get to the Ansel River well, that will actually take you to one of the locations here. I don't remember which one, though. If the simplest way to look at it is this: if you're picking up smithing stones that are beyond your ability to upgrade, you're probably in an area that is more difficult than is intended for you. That's a good bet. This section over here, Kaled, this is not easy. This is a way harder area than this is over here. I would work your way through this area before you head down here. You don't have to fight Radon until pretty late in the game. You'll get to a place where it tells you there's a seal here. You can't get past it. Oh, he hit me. Come on. Chain reaction time. Let's see it. Yep. Get it. Oh. Oh yeah, that dragon. He's yeah, he's no joke at all. He's just plain mean. Larval tier. Yeah. Yeah, Dragon and Kaled is absolutely no joke. But... oh, I'm locked in here with the damn thing? Uh-oh. Alright, what did I fail to pick up? There we go. Yeah, that dragon has cost me. You can cheese him if you're careful, but learning how to fight dragons is actually kind of key. Once you get the hang of killing a dragon in the game, it's pretty easy. Not all of them. I mean, some of them just have breath weapons that are obscene. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no two ways around it. Those horse bosses are tough. And they get worse. Kind of overkill, actually. It's kind of overkill, actually. Oh, yeah. So you definitely... it is definitely a thing to keep upgraded. That's for sure. I would definitely look at what weapon makes the most sense. It depends a lot on how you're trying to advance through the game. personally, even as a caster, I would recommend that you make a point to you make a point to learn at least some of the very basic melee stuff. It'll serve you really well. People got so upset I didn't pick this up the last time I was here. It's like there's nothing else here, people. Except a view of the sky underground. Huh. Lots of formic rock here. Bloodhound Fang is a good weapon for kind of learning some mechanic stuff in the game, but in reality, it's not all that. I know people love it, but the reason they love it is because of what you can do with it. Because of the fighting style. Oh boy. This. Oi! Not what I meant to do. I'll take it. This death build up. Such a pain. Alright, this is what I was looking for. Oh, crap.
O Shadow, thou art the last. Tell the two fingers that Rani the Witch cometh to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
Okay. I kept giving it commands, and it just was not doing them. That's irritating. Every now and then this happens. It's like somehow the rate at which it's doing stuff just locks me out. Morning, Gab. Just locks me out of everything that I'm trying to do. I'm doing okay. How about you? Oh, nice. Congrats on beating Moog. Yeah, I'd rather not lose a million runes, you know?
Beautifully fought. My thanks. 'Twas more of a challenge than I envisioned. Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear.
Are you gonna do a Black Flame
Tell
build?
Blythe and E.G. I love them.
Mage is tough, especially if you're not using summons. If you're using Spirit Ashes to help, it's much easier. Oh, because this armor set's actually harder. So in the original game, the Bull Goat is the best armor set, but once you get the DLC, this armor set's actually better. Hold on, I actually want. Flame cleanse me. Oh, hold on. Just because it might help me run through here a little bit faster. Robustness? Which one is it that's good for rot? Ah. Oh yeah, Lutel's a great summons. It's an awesome choice. Robustness, thank you. Ah, dang it. Uh-oh. Yeah. Lutel's, he's awesome. Just for what it's worth. So, if you're going for both int and faith, um, there's a combination of spells that you can really take advantage of. Um, but it's to the detriment of stats that you otherwise would have used to make yourself a little bit healthier, I guess. So it may be better to just carry around like Misery Cord as a meleeable weapon and rely on the various like Carrion or Frost Swords as a sort of a main attack that you would use. I hate those guys. one thing that I've learned about this game is that a lot of this fancy stuff that you see people doing is not actually better than good gameplay. There are builds that are just a sickening amount of overpower. Hold on. Got a fight coming. And for this fight, I'm gonna use marionette soldiers. Ow. Ah, there we go. Now he's got their attention. Oi. Hate these fights. What's irritating about these fights is that they're just obnoxious as a melee. Ah. Oi. I'm just never able to hit the guy, you know what I mean? Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. I just can't hit this guy. That's actually the irritating part. Is that, like, I run in, and then by the time I'm able to actually... anyway, what am I bitching about? Don't need you anymore. Boo. Ooh. Hey, dipshits, how about you get involved in this fight? Oh, now you want to get involved. Alright, I'll take it. Alright, there should be... There it is. So, I can't get past... So, alright, for contrast purposes, let me do this. Yeah, I can't get past that right now. Anyway, that's a barrier that I haven't done something in game that'll open it up, which is fine. Okay, hold on. I'm loading in a different character. So this is level 50. Or 53. I think this is a caster. Hold on, I'll be able to tell pretty quick. No, strength-based build. Never mind. Which is funny, because the hat I'm wearing is definitely a caster hat. Alright. this has been Dex Caster Light. Yeah. I don't, it's weird. Normally I have a lot of casters. I guess I'd been challenging myself by doing more melee stuff. I was hoping one of my lower levels was had caster. But it doesn't look like it. Oh, this should be, maybe. Given the name, this should be a caster. Magoy. Yeah, this is a caster type. So, you can see that I've got the Meteorite Staff main hand because I'm Roxling, and we're back to that scaling factor. So 153 is the highest scaling that you're gonna get, plus it scales off int. So I've been not hell-bent on getting int super high because I want the ability to use the Lord Zorn's straight sword. So if you... Oh, I just finished some of this stuff out. Oh, I remember. I was on a quest. So you'll notice... Let me see if there's something interesting out here. No, I'm in a tough place. Let me go back here to Calle. So all you need is a basic shield, and this shield has no, allows me to use the main offhand. So I'm not, my goal is not to parry. But you can still do things like guard counters. And what did I say I was? This is level 38, right? So, and I'm not using like a special shield. This is a shield you get right down the road. The Beast Crest Heater Shield is one of the easiest shields to get that's a good shield. It's not great, it's good. There's no reason not to be able to do this as a caster. I'm not, to be clear, I'm not doing a parry. This is what's called a shield counter, and I happen to knock these guys. These guys are really easy. So don't think that this means everything's going to be this easy. But if you listen, I wait for them to hit the shield, and then I do a counter off of that shield. So he hits, and then I do that counter. These guys happen to be really easy to break their stance. But I can just as easily then switch to using FP, and then back to the sword. This is how I would recommend doing any caster build, is having very basic melee skills for stuff like this. Because otherwise you're running around running out of FP. I mean, look, my FP bar is really small. So is my health bar, right? So this is really about preserving the FP that I need for the times that I really need it. And this is, you know, like I said, the build, since one of you is driving, right? So I've only got 13 Vigor, 18 Mind, 9 Endurance, 17 Strength, 15 Dex, 24 Intelligence, Helmet helps with that, 8 Faith, and 15 Arcane. I don't have a ton, right? And I'm level 38. So it's a matter of getting a good spell setup. So like this guy, he's got the shield. Here's the deal. So my first shot with Roxling's going to be great, but after that, he's going to block it with his shield the whole time. I killed him, so. but he'll use his shield to block. That's wasted mana, right? If I keep trying to use that on him, I'm just going to throw all my FP into his shield, and I'm never going to really do anything super successful. If, on the other hand, I use, for example, Ambush Shard, right? The shield doesn't help with that. It does, to a degree. For casters, way less than early game especially, way less, right? This helmet's really heavy. All of these imp helmets are. And so wearing an imp helmet, you need it, like, it's going to eat stats because you have to have the weight to carry it. So as you get later in the game, the armor that you wear does matter in terms of survivability, but your ability to wear more armor will get better. But here's the thing. As a caster, you get some spells that can help you with that. So keep that in mind, right? And it only matters if you get hit. Ultimately, that's the key here, right? Is not getting hit. So the only magic number is this one. Where's it? Poise. You want this to be, is it 51, I think? So that you're not just instantly broken every time someone does something. So see how that guy doesn't have his shield up, right? But now he does. Oh, he's... I don't have it on this tune. It's invisibility really does not work in this game. At least it does not work well at all. That's been my experience. And again, this level 38. I'm not like some super high level, you know, practicing with little stuff. It's actually why I have these little characters. But this is all of this is stuff that in the early game you want to learn how to do all of this. This is critical, learning how to do things like guards and counters and all that. This is stuff you want to learn how to do. It makes your game much easier when you later on. And I'll let you in on one sort of critical piece of this. The best, one of the best, if not the best, straight sword, which is what I'm using right now. The Lord Sword and Straight Sword's great sword. You can use it, win the game with it. Just FYI. The best item is actually the broadsword, which I don't have yet. So let's go fix that. I will show you where it is. I'm not actually going to buy it, but I'm going to show you where you can buy it. Yeah, Astrologer's Gear is great. If you find yourself being too squishy, either you're in a place you shouldn't be in, or there's spells you should be using to make yourself less squishy. So if you come around down here, There's these little dudes, they'll yell at you. Oh, he dropped something. Nice, rainbow stones. Those are very useful, actually. Alright, so you go down here. Talk to this guy.
What do you need? I don't want any...
And he sells broadsword. And club, by the way. Broadsword and club, in particular, these are both awesome. Can also get some of the neutralizing boltuses. I'm not going to buy any. Oh, but I am going to buy his cookbook. This broadsword is the best straight sword
All done?
that you can get in the game.
Be on your way then.
FYI. Anyway, little handy secret. The reason it's really good is because it's got decent... Yeah. Everybody... So, the addiction in this game is to get the biggest, baddest, craziest looking weapon that just has the most outrageous animations. And it's not that they're bad. I mean, obviously you saw me switching... If you've been watching, I was switching weapons around based upon what I was fighting. You know, they all have their own, like, individual uses, depending on what you're trying to do. But at the end of the day, this game has been beaten at level 1 with a club. That guy sells a club. It's been beaten that way. So someone's already proven that you can do all that. And this is a caster build, right? I'm wearing astrologers. The only thing I changed was the helmet for the... Whoop. Hold on. Oh, you bastard. The only thing I changed is that helmet, right? And I could just as easily go back to the astrologer's hood, but I have the weight that I can manage, so I'll stick with the intelligence, right? I could switch to endurance if I wanted to put this helmet on. What does this one do? Okay, yeah, there's a couple different cerulean tiers. So it's something to consider that even though it's really a caster build, there's not really a good reason to not also have some of the melee stuff. There's going to be creatures who are just going to be impossible to melee at low level that are super easy as a caster, right? These guys are just a pain. They're not actually worth the effort for the runes that you get for them. Try and get him to break one more time. Yep, there. So see, now because I have the sword, instead of wasting FP, I can get that last crit in, well, or I can fail to get the last crit in. I can use it once they drop, get the sword out really quick, get the crit in, which depending on the weapon I have might be a ton of damage. Anyway, something to think about. Oh, also, when you see these guys, here, little trick. You definitely want to get these. Ah! It's much easier when you have a big weapon. Anyhow. There it is. Oh yeah, get feathers, get flight pinions as often as you can, by the way. Those are super useful for making arrows. Yeah, and any time, you know, as you get up in higher levels, right? So let me... I think I have a high level caster. If not, I'll make one. It's quick enough anyway. By high level, I mean over like 100. 120. 9. Oh, I know what that is. Alright. Here's one with a bull goat armor. Yes, but you can only use magic grease and those things on weapons that you have not put in. Yeah, I'm the opposite of a caster on this one. You can't put them on weapons with Ashes of War. So keep that in mind. Correction. You can't put them on weapons that have an Ash of War with a magical property to them. And I probably have overstated what that really is. This should be a caster. So I think you can grease the Fang, for example. Yeah, this is a caster. So see, this is another, right, shield. It's the same shield. Yeah, this is a more of a balanced build. Let's see. Protection for magic, longbow, yeah. What was I doing here? Huh. So this is a hybrid caster build. But, for example, having this weapon handy as an offhand is kind of nice, but that actually does a ton of damage, by the way. This is a character, I haven't played this character in a long time, so it's, you can tell because of the way that it's laid out, where these things are is not where my preferences are anymore. It's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, see, Lutel. Oh, that's what it is. Hold on. Anyway. Oh yeah, Omen Killer's great. He keeps stuff knocked quite nicely. Yeah, this is the way that my stuff is set up. Lutel. It's one I just put on mine. On the left there. Yeah, he's great in the early game. He gets more difficult to manage later. He just ends up being too fragile. So he's not as good as Tish in terms of being able to avoid getting killed. Looking to see if there's anything that's better. Guard counter. Guard counter. Ah. These guys keep coming back. Well, now I know where to farm those. Oh, Terra Magica? Yeah. If you do a, you can do a build that is, entirely, centered around Comet of Azure, and you can use that to one-shot Millennia. It's pretty crazy, actually. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, so Comet of Azure, you need, like, the right stabs and spells and everything, but you want to have Terra Magica on the ground, if possible, already when Millennia goes to Phase 2. As soon as she goes down into the flower, you want to try and get Terra Magica off, and be on it. As soon as she opens the flower, you do the 0 mana use, or free mana, mana bump, all the things, and you literally just go like, what? And you just watch her health go, and she dies before she's even out of the flower form. Not a new playthrough. In fact, at the moment, I am farting around with an unusual tune. Ah. I don't know Well, I mean, you could send me a message on TikTok. But I'm not really sure that there's a big... You know, is there something, like, specific that you were thinking of? Right there. Ah. Oh. Hold on. Huh. Well, now you've seen Caster in action. So nice of you to have a plant up there, you know? So when you have more FP than you have health. It's like a hint, except you can't land there. Just camp completely out. So, okay, are you hybrid faith int, or are you trying to do a triple hybrid? Like strength faith int? Int faith. Okay, so, if you're what you want to look for is synergy, right? So, as far as spells go, it's going to be critical, for example, that you... Actually, I want a better heal spell, but it's going to be critical, for example, that you... This is the wrong character for me to show shit on. Hold on. I need to go to a character that has everything. So what you're looking for is synergy. Stuff that, when you put it together, works together. So, an example... Golden Bow, I would say, is one of the highest priorities you have, because it will increase your damage and defense. It'll also help the people you summon, but more importantly, it helps yours. Yeah, that's definitely high on the list. Heal from Afar, that's DLC, so don't assume that that's going to be available if you're in original content. Let's see. So what you're looking for then, in my opinion, is going to be a mix of stuff that have particular uses. For example, obviously Rock Sling, probably best spell in the game. Just overall, generally speaking, Rock Sling, you can't get better. It's just so good at so many things. You know, that's an awesome one. People tend to like Night Comet. I know why, and they're correct in liking Night Comet. I was using Night Shard a few minutes ago. That was when I was walking around and using lower level. The reason Night Comet is, it says fire semi-invisible magic comet. Mobs don't dodge invisible spells. That's why you use it. Will it get stronger? Will what get stronger? Sorry. No. Well, I mean, as you get more powerful, Rock Sling does more damage. But the thing is, you can use Rock Sling in places and kill mobs where they can't even reach you. And I don't mean cheesing, I mean they're just too dumb to know how to walk up a path. It also knocks them. So, the reason gravity spells are awesome is because they do physical damage, not magical damage. That's the key. So, sorry, my text is over here. So, oh yeah, Rock Sling, it's physical. That's all it is. And that's the beauty of Rock Sling, right? All the other ones, bosses have to be immune to strike damage to be immune to Rock Sling. They can be immune to fire, they can be immune or highly resistant to fire, to holy, especially holy, by the way. That's a dangerous one. And magic and all the different types. They can have defenses against them. They can have defenses against physical also, but that's very rare. Yeah, Rock Sling's badass. So, looking at the kind of stuff you have, or the spells to look for, right? Rock Sling is awesome. Night Shard is awesome, or Night Comet is a very popular one. I like Loretta's Great Bow, and when you get it, Loretta's Mastery. I think this is because it's a super long-range spell. When you go to the incantation side, these are the offensive ones, right? Lightning Spear is awesome. Seriously. Never underestimate Lightning Spear in terms of a faith alternative to the other spells. It's got decent range, it's chargeable, it does extra damage if they're standing in water. This is the replacement for it when you get to DLC. Stone of Gronk is nice because it will tends to knock people, but Pest Threads and Pest Thread Spears. Pest Threads, awesome. Pest Threads pass through bosses, and so against large body bosses, it's super effective. You can always do a Frenzied Burst build, but that takes a lot of planning. That's the laser beam attack that's super long range. If you're trying, and then the last thing is the rot spells. They're handy for a boss that you know you're going to be fighting for a while, and you want to get them built up with rot so they tick down, and you really have to play defensively instead of offensively. Problem is, the dragon spells have a tendency to get... oh yeah, Frenzied Burst is absolutely a great long-range attack. The problem is they take a long time to cast. So you can't be up against a mob and expect to get it off. But those are some things you can look for. And then obviously the heal spells, you want to use, have a heal spell handy. That way you can reduce how much, you can increase how much FP, how much blue cerulean you have, so that you can increase that more often. And instead of relying on the red flask to heal, you can rely on heal spells to do it. at some point you're going to want to be able to cast Law of Regression. I think it's Law of Regression. If you're doing any of the quests, you're going to want Law of Regression. Just FYI. Oh, and the last thing, something that you may find useful that you didn't know, is this. It's a reason you should always have a heal spell handy. Another brass shield. Awesome. Alright, now you're just making me mad. Pay no attention to my need to kill stuff. This is not what I wanted to show you. What I did want to show you is over here. Okay, so I'm using a heal spell. That's the key. Heal from afar. How much do you hate the stupid Wraith Centipedes? Watch this. Heal spell. Heal spell. Are you having a wait what moment? Because I had a wait what moment when someone told me to do this. And I'm like, wait, what? No, it's... Okay, I'm using heal from afar. It does not matter what heal spell you're using. Casting a heal spell in their presence will cause them to break. How much depends on which heal spell. So make sure you always have the ability to cast a heal spell when you know that these bastards are coming. Now, I happen to be using Heal from Afar, which is, by every measure, the best heal spell. Look at that. Like that? It's awesome. There's one that chills out back here. Look at this. Now that's specific to heal from afar. But you can use a regular healing spell. Isn't that satisfying? Anyway. I've always found that to be super satisfying. Alright, I actually need to go over here now. A place I've been avoiding. It's time to go. Yeah. No worries, like and follow, man. Happy to explain stuff, it's kind of my thing. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, Gav. And as far as, I mean, if you want to send me a DM on TikTok, that's fine. Assuming it gets through, I don't know what security they might have in there. Yeah, you have a great day too. And I mean, I can give you some recommendations, but yeah. Pardon me. Stupid phone call. Oh, going the wrong way. Here we go. So, one thing that I didn't really realize is that not all buffs stack. In fact, there's an algorithm that you can use to figuring out how they stack. Basically, if you put on... for example, if I put on Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength, those stack. And Bestial Vitality will stack with those. However, I can't use most of the edibles. Most of stuff like this, because one of those things that I cast already does that. So you can't put on the fire protection spell and then take the fire liver. They don't stack. The highest one is the one that you're going to keep. By the way, those little hand creeper dudes are super susceptible to fire, in case you didn't know that. Come on. Oi. Alright, now he's finally gone. A lot of practice. Oh, come on. I was trying to get off there. Alright. When I have a fucking million runes or something. Actually. Try and thread the needle. Not gonna happen. Come on. No. Grr. One spell. I needed one spell to go off. That was a lot of runes I just lost. Well, that's what I get for farting around. I was trying to... Not really. I was trying to get a spell off. I thought I'd be able to. I was wrong. Now I'm just gonna be mad. Ah! Gotta love it when those guys catch fire. Zoinks. Think. Godskin. Come on. Hey, Ava Quinn. You know, it'd be funny is if I couldn't go into this tower yet. That'd be funny. Oh, I can. Oh. Come on. Oh. Walk them down, I think you're right. That's okay. I'll go farm them back. A couple of passes on the shelf near Moog. Earn me those back. Is what, the curse mark of death or something? Yep. Who is that? Is that Ronnie? Can't be. Oh, I guess it can be. Huh. Oh well. I think I'm going to call it there for now. Go back to the study hall entrance. Holy tank. Yeah, you like that? Yeah, that's what it's built for, is toe-to-toe tanking. I'm going to call it there. Thank you all for an awesome... No? It helps that I have 99 endurance. If I have... Actually, so I don't need this. So I can actually go without any of the weight increasing stuff. Here we go, guard counter. So, yep, medium. You can actually take the similar build, and you can actually get to light rolling with heavy armor using a similar technique, but you have to have small weapons. So, yeah, this is... it's... The build is specifically designed around being able to do all of that. So, normally it would have used this shield. The problem is... So, the alternative build is this. Use the Verdigious Shield and then use Bloody Helix. Where is it? Here. Bloody Helix instead. The difference is that this is... You're basically just doing this, and if you try and do an alternate, you get this attack. Right? But instead I use Fingerprint with no... So I'm taking that strike off of the fingerprint shield. And that lets me then use... this is just a regular pike with a blood Ash of War on it. So that lets me actually use the shield with the special. And that's what this build is centered around. Is either one of those two setups. But yeah, no, it's designed to be... Oh, you don't want heavy armor. Yeah, and you're smart to do that. I mean, I'm level 300 something, so I have the points to spare, and I'm still have less points and stuff that I'd like them to be in. I normally play casters. I don't normally play a melee. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. I would, if you stick with something more like... Something more in the standard armor sets, that's fine. And then I would not try and... Unless you're going for like a colossal build, I would go with something like a pretty standard... The Lordsorn Sacred Straight Sword is actually... Lordsorn Straight Sword, this one's sacred, but is actually a fantastic main hand weapon. and the Misery Cord as an alternative for backstabbing. Here, let me... So if I change to Brass Shield and I change to Misery Cord, so that is a... Oh, Long Katana is great. I would learn as much of the game with a shorter weapon as you can, and then switch to the longer weapons later. You're going to get advice that basically says, go out, farm a bunch of runes, get a bunch of levels, and then play through. Don't do that. Play the game as it's intended. Just go through and do stuff. So, this is the basic parry. Let's see if I can get the parrying right. I'm not very good at it. Nope. And then that's the damage the Misery Cord does, because it has such a high multiplier. Oh. I would suggest you get the Uchi Katana. If you want to do a katana build, get the Uchi Katana. Yeah, Misery Cord. You get that in the castle. Yeah, Misery Cord. So it says Occult Misery Cord because it's got an Ash of War on it, but it's Misery Cord. And it's in... It's in here. In this structure. You might have to find a guide because it's kind of in a back area. You have to know how to get there. Actually, one of the best... Chest sword. So, one of the best weapons you can get is the broadsword. I want to give a shout out, however, to the Noble Slender Sword, and I'll show you why those two are interesting. Okay. The broadsword is the best straight sword in the game. Now I'm lining myself up so that the tip... hold on, there we go. Okay, so look where the tip is right here. Okay? Look how much longer that one is. So the advantage of the Nobles is that it has a longer reach. It literally has a longer... This is the broadsword, and this is the Noble's... What's it called? Noble's S-Stock? Noble Slender Sword. These drop off the trash at the beginning of the game. This does not hit as hard, but it has a longer range. So the broadsword is generally considered to be the better of the two in terms of blocking. So you notice the broadsword did 1764, where the Misery Cord did 27 something. That's because of the critical multiplier. On this is 140, and on the broadsword is only 100. So this does 140% extra damage. The Noble Slender Sword is 110. So just something to consider. But the Noble Slender Sword's the longest of the straight swords. It's actually a good weapon, and it drops off the trash. The little guys that are like digging at the cliffs and stuff, that's who drops those. It's doesn't drop very often, but it's a rare drop, but it's a good weapon. But you can buy the broadsword. It's a merchant. The merchant right down here is the one that sells the broadsword. You can just walk down there and buy it. And that's the best straight sword in the game, hands down. Let's see. And then, weirdly, the brass shield is one of the best. It's the best medium shield in the game. What I did was I put this golden, what's it called? Golden Strike, or whatever it's called, off of it. That's what does this. And it's good for parry. I would learn this part of the game is a critical part. And if you carry these, what you can do is you can fight with this guy, right? You're fighting, you're doing stuff. And then when you get that crit in, quickly switch and use that for the crit. It's super tempting in this game to, like... Oh, you're welcome. It's really tempting to go farm the dragon or go farm the bird, or you can't do the shelf farm unless you've finished the game at least once. But you can farm these and get tons of runes. All you're doing is increasing your level, which means that the sort of shitty amateur playstyle that you have will survive better because you're less likely to die. It doesn't actually make you better at the game. And that's the lesson that I had to learn. My first playthrough, I got some ridiculous amount of levels so I could survive all the fights. And it wasn't until I went back and started learning how to do stuff like the guard counter. Oh, here. Stick around for a minute. I always have time to show these off. Is it 320 hours on that character? So this is a level 36 character. Just to be clear, I have done... Although this character has a couple of items on them, that I made a point to go... and Rykard, yeah, are you using this special weapon? If you're not using this special weapon, Rykard's a hell of a fight. If you're using this special weapon, Rykard's pretty easy, but take the weapon to the blacksmith and upgrade it as much as you can afford to. So this is a level 38 character. Notice I've got Misery Cord. I'm going to switch, just for sake of showing something, to the broadsword, right? And then I'm actually using a buckler. Yeah, I'll switch to the I'll keep the buckler out. So I'm going to go back to... There we go. So back to the same place. So level 38 tune. Well, I can't help you with that. I would recommend that you just use the weapon. It's actually, with the weapon, it's a pretty easy fight. So this is level 38 tune, right? Ah. Hold on. So that, what I just did, is called a guard counter, which is where they hit your shield, and as a result of hitting your shield, you get to counter that attack. So you're guarding, see how my shield up? He hits, and then I can immediately throw a guard counter in, and then I switch to Misery Cord. Notice, it's an 800 point attack, instead of 400, which is what the other one was. This is all stuff that, like, I wish I learned how to do early in the game. And I missed because I was so bent on just running into everything. They're 430 because I'm using the broadsword instead of the Misery Cord. I didn't learn how to do any of this when I first played the game, and it makes many fights much easier when you learn how to do this stuff. And there's the Misery Cord again, 800 damage. So it's literally twice the damage. And this is, this is a mixed build. Wait for him to attack. I'll do a guard counter. Yeah, I wish that when my first playthrough I learned all of this stuff. I never did. And it would have made my playthroughs much easier because there are fights later on knowing some of these things that make them much, much easier. That build that I've been running on that character is based around being able to do all of this stuff. So anyway, I like and follow, always appreciate it. I am going to camp out, get some lunch, do some chill stuff, see what goes on for the afternoon. Not sure what I'll be up to. Hope y'all have an awesome day, and I will see y'all later. Thank you, thank you. Oi. Yeah.